So I'm basically just going over my rules as I wait for any good trading opportunity here. Minimize trades. Only enter when the right setup is there. So I'm still reviewing here my book where I keep everything. Today's the 7th. I'm just gonna go over the rules real quick. I always write them every morning. I restate them every morning to make sure I keep them fresh in my mind. So follow my stock selection criteria, and I'll get into it if anybody asks. But so basically, it's the type of stock that I would trade and the circumstances where I will trade it. And I'll make sure that I'm not gonna overtrade, losing stock for sure. Not trade the backside, and I usually I'll determine the backside just by looking at the MACD and the 90 EMA. The stock should be higher than the 90 EMA. The moment it drops below that, I'm selling it. Not that it determines the future for me, but it tells me what the trend has been for the past 9 minutes. And who am I to argue with people that actually have transacted for the past 9 minutes what the fair price for the stock is? So if it drops below the 90 EMA, it tells me that the price of the stock has dropped below what for the past 9 minutes buyers and sellers have agreed to what the fair price is. So I'm not gonna fight that. The most important one is maintaining emotional control and cutting all losers immediately. So my first trade today is my only trade today so far has been MSMG. I took it around 6:30 in the morning. Let me lower the heater here. Oh, beautiful sunrise behind me. But don't be fooled, it's cold. Do not be fooled, it's very cold. Basically, I guess I could just walk away now and I just made $20 for the day. That's a win. So think about it that way. It looks tempting, but nope, not yet. But it is tempting, but no. Let me see this ATON. Volume is not there for me. Let me look at the news just to have an idea. Let me lower the music a little bit. It might be a little bit too loud for background music. And here we are. Beautiful sunrise behind me. Nice. Or as my daughter would say, sun colors. All right, let me look at the news here. Two more regression. Okay, that's not bad news on this one here, on A10. I'm gonna buy a small amount of shares just to test it out as the volume increase. Now, keep in mind that the volume is only 99,000 shares. So I'm just putting money there out of pure speculation. I do not trade anything below 1 million shares. I try not to. I do make exceptions to that. That's what I'm doing right now. But the news is very good, actually. And I have to take that into account. Is the human factor involved in trading, right? I mean, a computer would be very hard to make those type of unilateral decisions, since they're rule based no matter what. But you know, sometimes I have to make exceptions here, and that's what trading involves all the time. Oh, stop saying that you suck. Good morning, Splinter. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm up very early actually. Today I got up at 3:50. I usually get up between 3:30, 3:50, around there, 4 o'clock. Do my morning routine, get in the mood, get in the zone, and then and then go ahead and do my little pre-market workout, and get ready for this mentally, emotionally, and everything else. And you need that type of routine to stay focused no matter what. This is extremely difficult in the sense that you do have to, be focused all the time. Okay, so I traded this ATON out of pure speculation because I like the news. So I just, out of pure speculation, I just did it. At the moment I bought into it, there was only 100,000 shares in volume, 90,000, something like that. So I jump in just based on the news. I mean, that's it. Nothing else. And I'm just going to let it run and see. I mean, it's just 42 shares, no matter what. I mean, this thing goes to, to nothing. It's not a big deal. But I just wanted to jump in, and it's something I don't really do because 90,000 shares like nothing. But when you look at the news for the stock, it's like this has the potential of going high. So it's straight up speculation. This is not following my strategy 100% of the time, clearly, right? And I was just saying that this is exactly why computers would never be able to day trade to replace humans. So if there's a job field where AI is not going to take over, is this, because those are strictly rules followed no matter what, because computers just like light switches on and off. And it's impossible to have the human factor. It's impossible to day trade and make money without the human factor involved. And of course, it's also impossible to day trade and without the human factor involved of emotions, which is what dooms most traders. And maybe that is why you think you suck, but you really don't suck in that sense. Do not make yourself feel bad because emotionally it's destroying you. Believe me or not, every time you say I suck, you're harming yourself mentally. Even though you don't think about it, you are. Deep inside, your brain is like, I'm a failure. So stop. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Be positive about it. Always look at the positive things in life. All right? Look at the positive of what you're going through. Instead of saying that you suck, say, the positive aspect of it. Which would that be? What do you think it would be? Instead of saying positive. Okay, so starting balance today was 3709. So we'll see how it goes. All right, I have it there. I don't really like seeing the P&L, so I just keep it, in there. But what would be the positive way of saying I won't suck for long? Or I mean, what do you think? Not just sensei. No, but I'm trying to help you here to look at things a little bit different than what you might be going through. It's okay to feel that you suck. It's okay to have those down days. We all go through it. It's fine. It's yesterday we covered lesson 24 of Day Trading University. This is like feeling the way you're feeling is like lesson 2. I mean, you cover that in the first semester. You're just reliving it over and over and over. Nah, but no, seriously, look at it from a positive way. Not that you won't suck anymore or that you suck, but there's a better way of looking at it. You know what that is? That's it. Yeah. It's not about being bad at it. It's not about you're going to be better. It's you will understand the mistakes you made and you're going to tell yourself you're not going to do it again, no matter what. You're not going to, you have to. All right, listen. You cannot lie to yourself. Right? That's your integrity. That's your word. Live by it. When you say to yourself, I'm not going to make this mistake again, you don't make the mistake again. That's a promise to yourself that you must follow no matter what. If you don't follow it, you're lying to yourself. You understand? And you will continue to fail. That's it. You have to have a strategy. You have to adhere to your strategy, what works for you and your character, your risk tolerance. And as long as you follow it, you'll be fine. You'll improve. You just have to adhere to it no matter what. And that's something that is very particular to each individual. It doesn't apply to everybody. Everybody's unique. And that's what makes it very hard. People think that you could just get somebody's strategy that works for them and somehow you're going to make it work for you and it's going to work for you 100% of the time. And that is completely false. That's a flaw. What works for me might not work for you. What works for you might not work for someone else. Because everybody's unique. Everybody's character is different. Everybody's risk tolerance is different. Everybody's belief about money and what it can do or not do is different. Everybody has different account balances. So they have different views and different risk levels. So since a strategy, day trading encompasses everything, there's not one size fits all because it's particularized to each individual as who they are. You understand? So I can give you an overall idea and picture of what works for me. And you might try to simulate it, but might not work for you because your risk tolerance might be different. Your fears might be different. Your greed might be different. You understand? And those factors has a lot to do with how you will turn out to be a trader. Now, the best way of doing it is trying things little by little and see what works for you with small amount of shares. Do not get into, look, when you're doing something in life, you learn something in life, you get better at it through repetition. You probably heard that saying is like practice makes perfect. I mean, practice doesn't make perfect. Practice just makes it more like a routine for you where you could become good at something over time, but not perfect. Nothing's going to be perfect, you know? So in that sense, when you get a strategy, okay, and you start trading it, using it with small amount of shares, look, 10 shares, 5 shares, 10 shares, that's it. Don't overdo it. Why am I saying that? Because emotionally, if you go into one trade with like 10 shares, whatever, and you lose $5, $10, more likely than not, that doesn't mean that much to you. I mean, you could probably open your wallet, get $10, burn it, and no big deal. Like, you don't feel bad that you just blew $10. And that's the best way to practice little by little. Small amount of shares, a strategy, and see if it works for you. Because it helps you emotionally to feel better. Because you're not going to have that negative downside of losing a lot of money. You understand? Because you don't want that, right? And that's the best way to train yourself to adapt your mindset to be okay with losing money. It is important to fully understand to lose money is okay in this job. It's going to happen all the time. It's happening to me right now. You see that? $43. No big deal. You understand? The moment you understand that and you can be okay with that, it's going to make you feel better emotionally. And when you feel better emotionally in losing money, it avoids you making emotional mistakes in trading. For example, you lose money, okay? What happens? You want to get it back. How do you think your brain is going to tell you how to resolve that? Oh, by overtrading. Keep trading until you get the money back. You're just going to lose money because you're doing it emotionally. You're not following your strategy. The strategy is very simple. I went over it yesterday. I showed you in real time with MCT or whatever it was. I forgot already. How it went. You saw that. Increase fast in price increase with high volume increase. More buyers than sellers causes the price to go up. It's basic supply demand theory in economics. I want to jump in as the price is climbing up. And the moment that stalls or slows down or is about to stop, I get out. That difference in price is the profit. That's it. That is the strategy for me. Nothing else is going to work for me. I don't look at the charts. I just look at the volume and the price changes on the level 2 and how it gets recorded into the tape. I'm able to determine how many even market orders are coming in because this is the total. The tape shows the total of all the orders being transacted. And whatever doesn't show in the level 2 immediately, has to be market orders coming in. You understand? So by doing that math real quick, I'm able to see where the price is going in a matter of seconds. And I want to jump in just those 10 cents, 15 cents, and take that profit home with me. That's it. Nothing else is going to work for me. That's it. I'm not going to sit here and think if it goes down, somehow it's going to get back up. I'm lying to myself. The market doesn't know that. I don't know that. Just think about it. Hundreds of thousands of people buying and selling at the same time. Nobody knows who's going to do what next. So you cannot tell. And if you cannot tell, how will you risk your money if you don't know what's going to happen. That's crazy. Okay? That's insane. You want to put the money the moment you know where you're going. So if the price is going up at that moment, that's the profit you want. That's it. If the price is going down, you know you're not going to make money. You're going to be losing. If you're thinking you're going to make money, it's because you're putting thoughts in your mind that somehow the stock is going to get back up. And that's a complete recipe for catastrophe, financial catastrophe. And, and obviously that's how the professor is going to teach you, through financial smackdowns. So you have to just avoid it. So if you lose $20, probably not a big deal. $5, definitely not a big deal for most people, right? You lose $1,000, it's like, oh, that might make a dent now. If you keep talking about 10,000, it's like, oh, whoa, For some people, it's a lot. For some people, it's the same as $1. You understand? And that's where our own issues, our own internal things, our own personal lives is what dictates our strategy in that sense. You have to be able to manage that for you, So you have to have a strategy. You have to write it down. You have to practice it with a small amount of shares to see if it works. And you have to control yourself emotionally. You have to be strong, very emotionally, strong emotional. I couldn't repeat that anymore and emphasize that anymore than you have to be emotionally strong to know you cannot overtrade. You cannot overtrade. You cannot just jump in whenever you think it's going to do something because you're assuming that it's going to do something. You don't know, crap. You don't know what's going to happen. So you cannot be assuming anything. You use the word assumption. Yes, to assume. I will assume. Never, ever you assume. Ever. Never assume. Day trading is not for making assumptions. It's not. Making assumptions in day trading, you know what they say about assuming, right? You're going to make that out of yourself. Because it's not that. It's not about assuming anything. It's basically the same thing. You see the price going up, you want that. That's it. Nothing else. Price is going down. No good for you. Anyways, I got into ATON, I told you, out of pure speculation, and that's it. I'm just going to leave it there until the market opens and see how people react. I'm going to see how buyers react to the news of this stock. The average volume for in a 4-week period is 300,000. It definitely exceeded that already today. And the 52-week average volume is 746,000 shares. It definitely exceeded that too, and it's only 7:19 in the morning. So I'm hoping by 9:30. Hope. I'm using the word hope. It's a speculation, right? That's it. My speculation is that based on the news, more likely than not, I went over yesterday about probabilities. More likely than not is anything above 50%. Less likely than is anything below 50%. So I'm speculating that more likely than not, based on the news of this stock, and the mere fact that it has only for the past 20 minutes, not even, 20 minutes, the volume has gone higher than it has had as an average in a year. I think the news will cause traders to get involved in this stock. So I speculated, I'm like, let me jump in and see what happens. So I'm just going to wait and see what happens. 42 shares, it's not a big deal. I could lose the entire, this thing could go to zero and it's okay. I'm not going to, lose any sleep over it. So that's why I just use a small amount of shares. Am I going to go and get in there with 10,000 shares, whatever I could buy, the maximum amount that I could buy with that? Absolutely, absolutely not. Right? That would be insane. And that's what I was telling you. If you practice your strategy just with small amount of shares, and you only trade your strategy, and strategy, I mean, when you actually see what works for you and nothing else, that's takes strong discipline. That takes strong emotional character. Because more likely than not, you're greedy. You want to make money. You're not doing this for fun, are you? This is a business. Treat it as a business. If you open a business, let's say you work very hard, you save your money, you want to open a bakery, a printing shop, or a restaurant, whatever it is. You're not going to open the business to lose money. You're going to open the business to make money. Businesses are open to make money, to make profits. That's it. You don't open a business strictly to lose money, unless it's a front for some illegal activity. You know what I mean? Excuse me. So if you treat it as a business, every day you come into the market, you're thinking profits. I got to make profits. Just think, I have a board of investors. I need directors. I need to ensure that, in the meeting, they get profits. And you just have to make money. You have to make profit. So you're in the business of making profit. If you're in the business of making profit, are you going to intentionally put your money, your capital, your money at risk without having a high probability of making profits? Absolutely not. It's crazy. Getting smacked is not fun, but it's part of the process. But if you treat it as a business, you become emotionally strong. You become very disciplined that you're only going to trade exactly what you must trade to make a profit. You trade exactly what is more likely than not, a high probability, I would say even into the 80 percentile, 90 percentile chance of making you money. If you do that little by little with small amount of shares, you're going to make your... Hold on. You're going to build your confidence and your endurance to the ups and downs of the market, where you're going to become emotionally detached from it. And then it's no big deal. You understand? It's no big deal. And if you do that over time, trading your strategy only becomes natural. It becomes like a habit, just like brushing your teeth, taking a shower, like nothing, no big deal. You don't even think about it. And when you reach that moment, you would never, sometimes you would, but because we're all humans, but more likely than not, you would not deviate from your strategy. So you always make money. More likely than not, you most of the time will make money. You will have losing days. Everybody does, but you understand, like, man, this cough is killing me here. It takes time. It takes time to build that level of endurance, emotional strength, and character. It's character. If you're don't lie to yourself. If you say you're gonna do something, freaking do it. You tell your significant other, hey, let's go to the movies on Friday. And then Friday comes and you never show up. You lied. Don't do it. Don't tell them you're gonna do something and don't do it. Just, if you're gonna do it, do it. If you're not gonna do it, say you're not gonna do it. But don't lie to yourself. Because every time you're lying to yourself, you're gonna lose money. So if you wanna do this to make a profit and become successful, you gotta be honest to yourself. End of story. Today, I'm gonna be stupid disciplined. I'm not trading crap, except this perfect strategy. And look, right now, ATON, I did it out of pure speculation. That's fine. And I said I was gonna do it. So I'm not lying to myself. I said I'm just gonna put $42 times 521, whatever that is. What, 250 bucks, 200 bucks? 4 times 5 is 20. So 200, give it a take, 220. Like, I'll put it there. No big deal. That's a pure speculation, nothing else. Give me a second. I dropped my water bottle cap. Man, I turned this camera on and it was dark outside. Now as the sunrise is here already. Well, boy, it's cold outside. Let me go back to MSGM because it seems to be moving. So let's find out. I'm going to leave this one there to see how it goes. But all right, so I don't like, you see this, these are big candles. I mean, you could put them all together. 1, 2, 3, 4-minute candle, right? And look how big it is. I mean, in the 5-minute, you can see right here, one big old candle. But you know what I don't like? These wicks on top and on the bottom, right? This is after the fact. This volume already happened, right? It's recorded in the chart in the form of a candle, but that's already gone. That happened already. There's nothing. This doesn't tell me anything that is going to happen. This just tells me what already took place. But what I can decipher from that is this wicks on top and bottom means to me indecision. The same thing here. You see this big old wick to the bottom? This candle, when it was forming, was red at one time. That means the shift balance between a lot of buyers and a lot of sellers went back and forth, meaning that at one moment, there was a lot of sellers in comparison to buyers. And then there was a lot of buyers in comparison to sellers. What does that tell me? Well, they're not decided. They don't decide it. They don't know who's going to be buying more or selling more. Do I want to jump in when I see that? Absolutely not. Because the probabilities, again, going back to the probabilities of me making a profit when I jump in immediately are less likely than more likely. It's going to be under 50% because there's no big rush of buyers that outweigh any number of sellers. Only a rush of lots of buyers, massive buying with small amount of sellers is what causes the price to increase. That is supply demand, basic economics. I covered that like my first year in college. It is basic. You understand? You have to understand supply and demand theory. You have to understand that. For you to be able to understand what I'm saying about the level 2, when it comes to a lot of buyers taking away from sellers everything they put on the market and more. The buyers are so hungry. They're just buying everything that people are putting for sale and some more. That's what I want to see. And these candles tell me that in the past 5 minutes, that has not been what has happened. What has happened is, yeah, there has been more buyers than sellers overall within the minute, but within the minute, there has been infighting between them where sellers did outweigh the buyers to a certain extent. And that's shown by the wicks on the candle. It's not a fully red green candle like over here. Let me show you over here. Let me go back earlier when I traded. Okay. Look at this candle. You see this green candle? I mean, that was a 618. That's what gave me the sign. There's no wick on the bottom. This was a fully green candle at one point. Then it decreased a little bit, which is fine. That's normal, right? But then look at this. Do you see this candle? What that means? The bottoming tail. You know what that means? That means this thing opened up here. Okay. It went red all the way down here. And guess what happened? A rush of buyers came in and pushed that crap all the way up. And then some more. You see this on the next one? And they kept pushing it up and up and up. And that's why I jump in. Okay. Look, it's happening right now again. So I jump in with a small amount. Nothing else. If it hits my stop loss, then that's it. It's over. Small amount, nothing else. You see, sellers are pushing it back down. That means there are more sellers right now than buyers. Now buyers, now they outweigh the sellers. Every time that green thing goes up, you can see at the volume on the level 2 how it's increasing in price and number of orders. And you can see it on the tape. Look at that number, 6,700 on the ASCII, which is selling. and they just bought it like nothing and the price continued to go up. That's it. Okay. So now I'll wait. I'm just going to wait. What did I just do? I pressed the wrong thing. Did I just buy double spacebar? Oh, spacebar. That's it. I sold 95% of it. I pressed the space bar by mistake, and it apparently is a hotkey for buying the same amount again. I have to look at the system and make sure that thing is deactivated so it doesn't happen again. Because I don't want to press the space bar by mistake and buy double. Now, the stop loss do not work at this time, but if it goes below that, obviously I'm selling it manually. So 492 is a stop loss. Hey, it hasn't touched 492 yet. Small amount of shares, no big deal. I'm not gonna act when it's negative, when it's red. Only when it's green, so you just wait. If it hits a stop loss, fine, move on. Look at it as a test of the market. Small little tuition to pay to see what the market tells me. It's up to the market what it wants to give me. It's not up to me. My only job is to get in, get out, control my share size, and that's it. And protect the capital. Nothing else. The market is gonna know. It already dropped. Okay, so I got out. That's it. There was a spike of volume here. It refused to go any further. That's it. Trade is over. There's nothing else to do here. That's it. It was just a small spike. No big deal. But that type of emotional attitude, it takes some training. You have to understand that this is over. I'm not trading this thing below the 9 EMA. Not that I follow the study. That thing only tells me, like I explained yesterday, to me, how I see that. How I see this orange line here is for the past 9 minutes, this is the current minute, so I'm not counting this one, but this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So from here, from 725, 724 to here, all these people have agreed because they bought and sold between themselves a certain amount of volume shares for a certain price, that this is the average fair price for the stock. That's what they have agreed for the past 9 minutes. If the price of the stock drops below what these people have agreed for the past 9 minutes, that means the price is going against what the trend has been. Who the hell am I to fight that? And to say that all these people are wrong and I'm right? I'm nobody. It's not my job to do that. My job is to protect the money, my capital, to trade exactly what works for me, and not to expose myself to unnecessary risk. It's an unnecessary risk for me to say that I'm right and these people are wrong, have been wrong for the past 9 minutes. and somehow I'm going to prove it just by buying to the upside when clearly the stock price is going south, it's going down, it's not going with the trend. You understand? So I'm not buying. That's it. It's over. That's why if it drops below that line, and that's why I have the thick line, I'm selling it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make it a little thicker there. To make sure that it's highly visible. That I don't let my emotions blind me and not see it. Did it go through? Let me see, double check. I love that. I love that trader, man. It's the best, I think. Can I get bigger than that? Look at that. I mean, it could go bigger, but it look ridiculous. But that's fine. I'm not trading anything below that. That's it. Not going against the trend. That's like standing in front of the a train, and somehow you're gonna stop the train. You're not stopping the train. The train is gonna just slam the crap out of you, send you to financial cemetery. You know? So that's it. And those little things, you have to write them down and build your own strategy around that. And basically, look at the orders right now on the ask. Look at that. Did you see that big red number? Should I change the color on it? Should I make it, I don't know. What other color would it be? Because what other color you think it might work? Let me look. Let me see. What color would be best for ensuring that large orders of 5,000 or more are highlighted, super highlighted? The price is going up, but look at the volume, the orders, they're not a lot. Let me look at the volume. See, 126,000 shares. It's not really a lot. That's why I'm not running there, because the volume is just not that high. Here is higher, 386,000. Here is not that high, it's 126,000. So more likely than not, there's no momentum to continue. Man, what do you recommend? What color should orders of 5,000 or more be? Okay, now I see volume. You see that? Now I see the volume. Oh, you didn't. Oh crap! I have this thing open. Let me see. No. Let me go back. Okay. Now this is the rush I'm talking about. See that? Look at the price. Look at the orders. You see that? Orders? Now it's indecisive, but look at the orders. Did you see that? 99, 83, 81, and the price didn't go down. To the contrary, it just went up. And again, small amount of shares. Right, you're right. All the colors are bright. So I'm thinking something that stands out. Maybe the background black and the number white. What do you think? Would that be a complete contrast? Because everything there is yellow, green, blue, red. You know what I mean? Like, what would contrast that? And I'm talking just the box where it says size, the size of the orders. That's what is going to be highlighted, not the whole thing. I don't want to change the colors of that are there because those are easier to see when, as the price going up or down. Yeah, I was thinking something that completely stands out from those colors. I think the background being black, the little box black, and the actual number white. I mean, that will completely stand out, I think. I'm not sure. I'll double check now. As soon as I get out of this trade, I'm gonna work on that. But for now, I'm looking at this. No, it doesn't matter. It's wherever the size orders are. It doesn't matter which way. Whenever the size order is more than 5,000, it's gonna be highlighted. Like you see the 57 right there, boom, it's gonna be like that. If there's a large order on the bid, you'll see it the same way. So it applies to both. You see, you saw it in the bid right now. It was there. Okay, so if this thing gets to about 533, 543, I mean, the high of the day is 580. I'll add more. For now, I'm just holding it. At least 533, probably closer to 540. I'll add more. It's having difficulties getting to 530 and above 530 and sustaining it. It barely touches it and then it goes back down. So it is hard to borrow. So that's a positive thing for me, because if it's not hard to borrow, then you got a lot of short sellers and that would be a fight. But since it's hard to borrow, shouldn't have too many severe flushes to the downside. Let's see. All right, so it broke 530 now. Oh, wow. It went all the way to the high 530s. It dropped. Now it's in the 520s again. So at least it's sneaking in there. Ooh, back to 530. Good, keep sneaking in there. Get back up. All right, so I'm just gonna wait. I'll hold it until it gets to around 540, which is another 40 cents before it even gets to the high of the pre-market, which is 580. So around 540, I think 530 something to 540. If it's able to sustain around that price, then I'll add more. And I'll continue to do that until, until the market says, stop, it's over. So basically that's the strategy, that's it. When there's the rush of buyers buying everything that sellers are putting out there, and the price is increasing with high volume, well, I'm there to, take a few pennies. There you go. Let's go back up. 26, 27, 29, 30, 33. There's power to go upside. We'll see what happens. Oh, look at that order, 29,000. Ooh. One thing that might help is always looking at the volume in money value. If you do the multiplication like an estimate, it doesn't have to be exact. Of the price of the stock, about $5, and Okay, at 510, I'm selling it. Okay, I'm out. That's it. No big deal. What was I saying? If you do the math of the volume in your head and the size of the orders and the share price, okay, that's a rush to the upside. I'm buying in. Only if it goes above. There you go. If not, I sell. Okay, if it goes below the 90 EMA, I'm not selling. I'm not keeping it. Clearly. So okay. Since I bought in at 510, I'm just gonna wait until it gets to like around 530 before I add more. Even this trade right here is not perfect. There's too much indecision going on. I don't like when there's indecision going on. I need certainty of buyers. I'm gonna sell before it gets to 510, so at least I take some pennies home. Buy M&M or something. I'm gonna go ahead and sell ATON. This thing is going nowhere for now, and it's below the 9 EMA. Although it's a pure speculation, or maybe I just leave it on. We'll see as we get closer to market time. I told you from start, it was pure speculation. This is not within the strategy. I just like the news, and my speculation was that this thing will rock the world later on today when the market opens. We'll see. But for now, it's just there in a coma. But that's fine. All right, this thing's going below, so. Let me see. I'm writing down here everything I've done, so like I always do. The second trade was ATON, pure speculation. Nothing else. Small amount, so it's no biggie. So now you see that MSGM, although I had like $20 profit or whatever, now it's a negative $2, but I'm not risking some ridiculous amount of capital. So it's no big deal. You know what I mean? Like 20 bucks, 15 bucks, 50 bucks. It's no big deal. But only when the small amount of shares I put in there give me profit and the market's telling me this is it, come and collect more, is that I continue to add until either I get stopped out at high levels or the market says, that's it, go away, because it slows down. I'm not going to respect that. I'm just going to walk away. So, you know, like right now, this thing is going against the trend. It's going down. Why would I buy? I mean, why would I buy? Because I want to lose money? No, that's stupid. That is straight up garbage. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and change the. Well, I was telling you, Splinter. I'm gonna go ahead and change about the 5,000 shares right here. So I'm gonna make the text color white. Let's see how that works out. Why is this thing popping over there? Okay, white. I'm gonna make the background black. I think that's a hell of a contrast between them two. That will stand out. The background black. Now let's see how it works whenever an order of 5,000 shares comes up. Let's see. I'm looking at it. We're waiting. I'm waiting. We'll see. I need to expand this a little bit more. I could make this thing a little bigger. Oh, did you see that on the bid? 85? It does stand out big time. I think it's good. Good change. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to make this way so I can make my level 2 a little bigger. Not just because I wear glasses, but I want to make sure I see the numbers big time. All right, I'm gonna make them a little larger because that's what's important to me. I mean, that's big as it is. I mean, I think it's 28. Screw it. We're gonna go 30. Let's see 30. Yeah, that's a little bit. That's better. I could not miss now, right? So I'm looking at it. See if it comes up again. I might even make it a rule. Only when I see those large orders coming in is that I'll even think of buying it. That might be the best rule, actually. That guarantees I'm only getting in with like high volume. Nothing else. No garbage. Straight up high volume. That'll be cool. I think. I don't know. What do you think? Any opinions? All right. Going back to my scanners here. See what they say. My scanners are telling me, sit on your hands, buddy. You got nothing. All right. I'm getting my hands ready. I'll go ahead and sit on them because there's nothing going on right now. We just wait. That's it. This thing is the thing about day trading is just boring. You know, it's just you just have to wait until the right setup arrives for you. If you're trading everything you see, you're just wasting your money because you're just hoping it's gonna work. There's no high probability that it will work. So oh, look at that ask. Did you see that? I think it's good now. Oh, it's perfect. That's pretty good. I like it. I'm able to see the large orders. That's cool. That's cool. Let me see something here. Display shares as share divided by 100. Let me take that off for a second and see. I think that's better. I got tired of looking at the zeros in the tape. I think this is better. Yeah, the black and white box is definitely I think that works. Yeah, I got tired of looking at the zeros in the tape. I think this is way better. I think it makes it easier to understand too. that what you see in the tape is the actual final transaction that takes place, that is transacted from level 2 and market order, from market orders and the level 2, the limit orders and market orders as transacted. Transacted meaning that that's what buyers and sellers ultimately agree to buy and sell between themselves, how many shares at a what price. That's exactly what's here in the level, in the tape. So when you see large numbers here, but you don't see large numbers here, well, those are market orders being transacted. So basically you write down, Spellino, you write down your rules, you write down the strategy, which the strategy encompasses like all the rules you're gonna abide by, that you're gonna promise yourself to agree to follow no matter what happens. You will follow them. If you don't follow them, know that financial death and financial trading university cemetery, it is certain for you. That's the best way to see it. If you don't follow them, you will have day trading funeral. You know? So it's up to you to build the character and have the emotional discipline to ensure that you don't end up in day trading cemetery by following the rules no matter what. Minimize the money spent. The capital, think about it real quick. The money you have, and this is a small account challenge, so it's not a big deal, but the money in the small account challenge, okay, right here, that money is what allows me to trade. If I just throw it away, I won't be able to trade. So it would be stupid for me to do that. All right, look at the volume on the ask. Let's see if you're able to see my strategy here. Look at the level 2. Look at the ask. Look how the price is increasing. Look at comparison. Compare the order size from the ask and the bid. Which one is greater? Definitely the ask. So they're sellers. There's more selling orders. And it's being bought, as you can see in the tape. But how bad is the price fluctuation to the downside? Barely any. To the contrary, it's going up. So what does that mean? There are buyers there that we're not seeing. They're buyers buying that thing immediately. That they're buying immediately on the bid price, immediately, or the ask price. Otherwise, if there weren't enough buyers, then sellers, since they want to sell something, they'll have to lower the price. So this thing happens right now because those are overnight orders and post-market orders and stuff like that, they're being held with certain brokers that they don't really start trading until like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Usually 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, you see that. And that's the rush of the orders going through. Let's look at BFRI. BFRI. What's the news on this thing? I don't see any news right now. I know they had losses. It's pure speculation, similar to the other one. Let me go back to MSGM. Okay, now look at the volume. Small amount of size again. Small amount no matter what. Okay. I only add when the market tells me to add. The market tells me to add by confirming I'm getting profits, and it continues to rise the way I want it to rise. $37 seconds, 36 seconds. Still not spiking high enough for me. So I'm just waiting. Wow, did you see that box in the size in the bid? That's pretty good. You can't miss that now. Oh, look at that on the bid, on the ask. That's big time. That's pretty cool. I think it's a lot better than the red and blue crap I had in there. Good job, Splinter, man. I think it was a good idea doing that. The contrast. The large order sizes. Let me look at INET. All right. Goes below my entry. I'm just gonna reduce that by 95%. Give it another 1%. Doesn't work, I'm out. Like that. Minimize capital spend in this thing. Did it go below the stop loss? No, it didn't. 502? No. No, I don't think it went. All right. It's a pullback, so nothing can be done now. I think it's time to get a new microphone here. All right. So entry is 512. I'm gonna see what happens. I mean, again, I'm not buying more until that thing confirms to me that my speculation that it's gonna go higher is correct. And then only then is that I'll buy. And I have to wait until it actually climbs up. So maybe around 525, maybe 530. Taking into account the high of the day is 580. Yeah, I'll wait until like 530. Why not? And if he can sustain the price around 530 for like at least 2 minutes, that's a good sign for me to go ahead and, you know, do what. But why risk more? Actually, I did sell 75%, so I actually have less than I went in with. So let me just add what I went in with, which was 47, right? Something like that, 43, 47. Oh, look at those large orders on the ask. And the price did not decrease by anything. But okay. You understand why is I going just with a small amount of shares? If this thing collapses completely to like, let's say it goes down the $3 that it has in $2.93 is gone up. Let's say it goes down by $3 immediately, like in 2 seconds. I'm unable to even press sell because it's so fast. It just dramatically drops. It's pre-market. There's no hold. There's nothing. It's just, you know, people against people. Just fight for yourself. If it drops like that, what's my total loss? $200. No big deal. You understand? Okay, I have to sell because it dropped below my stop loss and it's below the 9 EMA. And I tell you, I'm not gonna fight the trend. If that's the trend and that's what people have agreed to be the fair market price up to this moment, well, like I said before, I am nobody to fight them. I am nobody. I have no one. I'm not gonna argue with them. I'm not gonna get into debate. Oh, you guys are wrong. I'm right. The price will go up. That's a stupid fight. I'm not doing that. And the funny thing is, I'm not even fighting with them. I'm fighting internally myself. And that makes me even more stupid. So I'm not going to do that. The 9 EMA, all it is just telling me for the past 9 minutes what buyers and sellers have agreed to, what the fair market price is. Oh, Frank, how do you know that they actually agreed to what the fair market price? Duh, is the price that we're willing to exchange the stock for. And buyers and sellers, when they're willing to sell something and the buyers is willing to buy something without being coerced into the transaction, meaning they're not being forced into the transaction, they're not under duress through other factors, that's what the definition of fair market price is. That's it. A willing buyer and a willing seller to sell a thing for a price that they determine to be fair. That is what fair market price is. And for the past 9 minutes, all the buyers and all the sellers that have transacted for this stock, for the amount of shares each of them bought or sold, that price they agreed to is the fair market price for that specific minute. And that's reflected in the 9 EMA for each of those 9 minutes in the past 9 minutes. Not the current minute, because they don't know what's happening or what's going to happen. But for the past 9 minutes, that's exactly what the fair market price is. So if the stock price drops below that, well, it tells me that the price is below what buyers and sellers have agreed to already in the past 9 minutes to be the fair market price. Who am I to tell them, oh, your price was too high, this is the correct price, somehow it's gonna go back up? No, that's stupid. Because it's literally going down in front of me. You know what I mean? So if I allow that, that means I'm having some internal conflicts that I need to deal with. And that's where discipline and emotion comes into play. And understanding. of basic economics, that what you see here in the entire platform here is nothing more than the recording of what people have agreed to buy and sell some specific financial instrument at a specific time for a certain amount of money. That's it, nothing else. There's nothing complicated about this. It is not hard. It is not hard. This is it's just a recording mechanism. There's nothing else to it. It records exactly what has transpired or is transpiring in real time. Nothing else. So that's it. That's it. Once you understand that, you're able to see this for what it is, not for what some people say it is. It's in real time right now. It's telling you there's 19,000 orders on the bid. It just went away, but it was right there. And there was only 700 or whatever in the asking. And that caused the price to decline and for the bid sales to go away. If you look in the INET, you probably see it there because it hasn't gone through yet. Or they took it out or they deleted it. That's it. And again, this is only limit orders that people have set up for some future price that is not yet being transacted. A lot of orders come in asking specifically for the price that is current in the bid or the ask, and they just take whatever is here on the first line. Those orders, you don't see it here because they're already getting the price, they're asking specifically for the price there. So it will take time to get it. It will take time to learn that. But this is all I need. I don't need anything else. I need to see this right here, the level 2 on the tape. That's all I freaking need, man. I don't need anything else. That's it. Oh, I want to know about the news because I know if there's news about a stock and the stock has low float, meaning there are not many shares available to be transacted, but there's a high demand for the stock because of some news, well, common sense tells me there's going to be a lot of buyers. And when you have a lot of buyers, I go back to supply and demand all the time. When there's a lot of buying, price goes up. Things get expensive. When there's less of a demand, when there are many sellers and less buyers, that means the demand is less, the price will decline because the sellers want to sell. Sellers are not sellers to hold. They're not holders. They're sellers. They want to sell. You understand? Like, that's it. Their job is to sell. If they set the price at $2 and nobody's buying it, he was going to go, okay, well, fine. All right, fine. $199. Any buyers? No buyers. Oh, damn, fine. I need to get rid of this thing. Okay, fine. $198. Can you guys please buy it? Okay, fine. I'll buy one for $198. One? I want to sell more. Now, look, that guy over there, he's willing to pay $196. If you want to sell it to him, that's fine. Okay, fine. $196. Hey, you, come here. $196. Can you buy it? Sure. I'll buy it for $196. That's exactly what happens here. Nothing else. Nothing else. That's not complicated. If you're into sales, you understand that. If you have a shoe store and you're trying to sell a pair of shoes and people come in through the door and they're willing to pay only $20, but you're selling it for $21, it's up to you whether you want to give them a dollar discount. You want to sell it or you want to hold the pair of shoes there forever. Your job is to sell it so you could make the profit between what you pay for the wholesale price of the shoe, maybe $10, and you're selling it for $20, you make 100% profit. Well, that's exactly what happens. When you see the price changes, is because of the shift between the supply and demand factors. That's it. If you understand that, the only thing you need to see is the level 2 and the tape, because the tape helps you to see what actually has taken place in real time. And if you do the math real quick in your head, you could see where the price is going to go. That's the only way you could tell what's about to happen. Not the chart. The chart is nothing. The chart is crap. When it comes to telling you what the future price of something is, it doesn't tell you that. If you believe that, Boy, you know what? You're going to have to take some remedial courses before you start day trading university. You're going to take some basic remedial courses before you even get enrolled in day trading university. And you might even fail those remedial courses. Things will get bad. There's some people out there, believe me, I laugh when I see that. I see people, they open the chart, they look at these lines here, and they're like, oh, if it goes above that, I'm only going to buy if it goes this way. I'm going to sell if this thing crosses. If the red line crosses this way and the blue crosses. I was like, oh, dude, wow. Meanwhile, you're missing all the trades. You might make one trade, but you're missing like 90 of them. You know, if you're going to wait for that, you're not going to make money. You're going to lose more money because you're going to try to trade based on your assumptions. And, you know, assumptions don't work here. You know what they say about assumptions? I don't want to go on a rant again. I don't want to get triggered into that. Because it's really not my concern how people do things. I'm just trying to show how I do it. And hopefully one or two cats do learn something from it. If not, life continues. I continue enjoying my sunrises, my sunsets, my land, all my wild animal back there. Although my family calls me a wild animal anyways. So maybe that includes me too. All right, coffee time. Here we go. Oh man, I didn't get one of my my mugs from different places. I was kind of in a hurry this morning. I didn't want to waste time going to the other room and get all those mugs. I'll tell my wife, but the other day I almost broke one. I was like, uh-oh, that's not good. I have to go and sleep in the other room or something. Go on the couch, get punished. But don't tell her. She won't see the video. Good. I hope. All right. Nothing else? Just waiting. How's ATON doing? Let me look at ATON. Oh, definitely the volume got over 1.1 million. And that's almost twice the 52-week average volume. So that's a good indication for me. We'll see what happens next, but there's some indication. Let me look at another stock here real quick. BKYI. I don't like the fact that it's under $2. It's one of my rules. I trade whatever is above $2. I hate doing this under $2 thing. But let me look at the news. Let me take a major biometric security deployment contract with a leading Middle East defense sector organization, one of the largest in regional deals. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think the entry would have been back here when it was 78 cents. I'm gonna have to make the numbers here a little bit smaller. So they can fit. Or maybe just make the price 4 decimals, I guess. Let me double check. How many decimals? The price is too large there. Maybe 3 decimals, not 4. Where are you? Okay, where are you? Maybe I should filter. Maybe in the maybe in the tape I should filter out. I don't know if you guys done this, but I'm gonna filter out any shares below 1,000, because I don't know. I think it occupies too much space. Anything below 1,000, I mean, that barely makes anything move there. So let me see. Make sure shares greater than 500. Like, I don't want to see 20. Like, you saw that one with 20 shares. Like, dude, I don't want to see that. Let's see what happens now. I put over 500, I think. So you see the numbers, they still get I have to make a little smaller, I guess. I make it larger because that's basically what I use. So I want to be comfortable seeing it. Let me just move this to the side here. Expand the price a little bit more. There you go. I think that's better. I do want to see whether the price updates the last value. All right, I think it's good like that. You guys have any suggestions? Feel free to, provide it. Oh crap, what did I do? I just closed the window. Hold on, let me open the window before. That sucks. What the? Oh, it reset it. I didn't save it? Don't tell me that. Oh, Frank. Dude. Oh man, it didn't save. It did save the 5,000 highlighted. I mean, the highlighter. The highlighter, the 5,000 orders. That did save. What didn't save is, I think, this one here. That's the thing about that trader. If you're about to save, next to the save thing, there's another tab that says clear desktop, and it completely takes everything away, which is what just happened. It didn't sign me out, but it cleared everything on the desktop. And I was like, uh-oh. If you don't save it before that, whatever changes you made, it can, it didn't change the tape. Let me change it again. So I said 500, at least at 500, right? I think it makes sense. Do I care what the tape shows below 1,000 shares? I don't care. Because it doesn't really make a big difference. I'm going to put 1,000. Anything above 1,000 shares, I think does make a difference. So now I put it above 1,000. So any transactions of orders below 1,000 is not going to show now on the tape. It will show on the level 2, but not on the tape. So like that, there's less movement here. I mean, I know it's happening. I could see it in the level 2 every time it moves, but it's only gonna show here. Oh, I see. No, I have to change that. No. Because some of those prices do change the last price, and I do follow that. This is things that you have to play with over time and see what works best for you. And depending on the platform you use. The only 2 platforms I ever use is being always Dash Trader or Interactive Brokers platform, which I also use for my other accounts. I'm gonna make it anything, I think 100 shares. I don't know. Most 100 shares, because most of the time, anything below 100 shares, I don't think they update the last price. Unless it's like post-market and volume is very low. I don't think it makes a difference. But at least I minimize the flickering back and forth. Yeah, I think that's better. Anyways. Nothing else has come up. Let me save this thing without closing the desktop again. Okay, make sure. Save. Yes. Yes. Okay, it's safe. It's good now. All right, we're just waiting. See if the proper setup. And ATON, the speculation from earlier. Let me see if it has done anything, because I mean, I threw it in there. There's barely any volume now. I'm just gonna keep it until market opens and see what happens. I like the news, and that's the only reason I speculated and I bought it. Other than that, I would have not traded that. But I understand, and I said it. If you go back in the tape, in the video, I said it before I even enter that transaction. I'm gonna do this out of pure speculation with a small size, just to see what happens. Nothing else. This is not my strategy. That's not what I follow. That's not it. This is once in a blue moon type of pure speculation to see what happens, and that's it. Nothing else. So don't think of ATON here as of anything. Just ignore it. You see it, but don't see it, you know? It's not the strategy for small account or anything like that. That's just, you know what? I was being lazy. I didn't want to open the other account in the other monitor and just do my speculations on another account. I just wanted to do it here, and that's it. I could have done it in my other accounts, and I just didn't. But it's not the strategy I will use for this, what I'm doing here. So please don't see it like that. All right, so we're just waiting. I mean, there has been candles here and there, whatever. I'm not trading those tiny little things. I don't care. Even if it's like 10 cents, it doesn't matter. Look, this one went from like 487 to 4.99. Clearly 12 cents. I'm not playing with that. I need the actual volume and price increase dramatic. And when you put all my rules together, clearly this is below the 9 EMA, the trend. That's the trend for the past 9 minutes. And like I said before, who the hell am I to fight all these people's agreement to what the fair price is? So if I'm trying to go to the upside and the price is below the trend, it would be stupid for me to throw money at it, because there's a higher chance of me losing than actually making a profit. So when you look at this in perspective of probabilities, then it will help you to make the best informed decision for yourself if you could stick to your rules. And doing so just brings all kinds of other crap into the equation that you have to take into account, which I'm not going to go over here, but basically that's it. We're just waiting. Something comes up. It's 8:30. Hopefully some news comes up. We're just waiting and see if any news comes up. So guys, don't mind, please smash that like. It will really help to grow this trading community, and hopefully other traders could find some helpful information that I use that might be good for them. And hopefully they can also point out things that I do that are bad, though they see as bad, which would be cool, because, you know, I like criticism because I learn from it. I learn from the good and the bad and in between. So, you know, if something works for other people, I want to see it. I want to know, because this is a never ending. This is one of those careers that is never ending learning. Like, you literally will learn all the time. And if you see some people doing something better that you think it might be better, and you try it out and it works out, you might improve your trading as you go forward. But this type of job You will never end learning. It's all the time. Even I do it. Okay. Well, let me take this border thing off. I don't want to see the title bar. All right. All right, nothing's happening. I'm not fighting the trend, like I said earlier. If you notice, all my trades are higher than the trend. Higher than the trend. Nothing else. That's it. Not fighting the trend. Cannot fight the trend. That's stupid. Talking about hundreds of thousands of people. Who the hell am I to fight them? Nobody. All right, it looks like ATON is increasing, right? Yeah. Hey, maybe my speculation was right. We'll find out once the market opens and people see the news. The news came out early, so I think most people didn't even. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. A lot of retail traders probably don't start until like 8 or 9:30 or something like that. There's a lot of brokers don't allow pre-market at early hours. But it is what it is. We'll find out. We'll see. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying earlier, this one of the aspects of day trading is just being bored. Just being bored. Trying to fix this microphone somehow. All right, so now the price is going higher than the 90 MA trend, the trend. So it looks like it's moving upward a little bit. I still want to see the large volume orders coming in, going to the high side, increasing. On the ask, like if the sellers are demanding a higher price as it continues and buyers are just taking it, that's strong buying. That's it. That's what tells me price is going to continue. That's what I want to see. And MTVA, let me see MTVA. All right, let me go to MTVA. I don't like the Yes, I'm going. Stop calling me. MTV8. I just don't like the price, but I'm gonna go ahead and let me see what the news is. Phase 2 clinical trial. Yes. Seeing improvement in liver and metabolic biomarkers. Okay. Let me look at the 10-second chart. Not bad. Okay, let me see. Small size. Let me look first. Okay, I'm taking a small position. And now, got fill at 105. Stop loss is 99 cents, but more 101. 102. I say stop loss just so I could know what the price of the stop loss is. It's not that it's going to be activated in pre-market. That doesn't work in pre-market. But at least my system tells me what the price is. So I can manually do it when I see the price getting there. Okay? So that's why I say stop loss, what it is. I just want to explain that. Just so you don't assume that somehow my stop losses do work in pre-market. They do not work in pre-market, right? It's just limit orders going through. So... okay, so I got in at 105. Let's see if it hits above 107, which is the high. Okay, it did. I'm gonna wait until like about 115. I'll add more if it gets there. Okay. It's still a 110, so just wait. 111, 112, 13, 14. Oh, go back to 13. Just waiting. Right, go back to 110. Now, some people would just take profit when they see that money. It's like, I'm taking that. Like, okay, well, I mean, you could do that, I guess, but you're never gonna make like profits. You make some profit, but not profits. It's a big difference. I mean, you could pronounce it however, but I'm telling you, look, profits. It's one way of saying it, profits. Then the other one is profits, right? So which one do you want? You want profit or profits? That's a big difference. Of course, I'll take any profits before I get a loss, but you know, if my losses are minimum and every time I do make profits, they're not just profit, they're just profits. Then clearly I'll be successful in a month, right? When you look at all the trades combined, that's the key, right? You go for profits, not profits. Yeah, it's a big difference. So how you pronounce it, so that, you know, makes a big difference in life. And that's about everything. You know, you go on a date, your wife or whatever, it's like, hey, you want to go watch a movie or you want to go watch a movie? Makes a difference, right? I'm joking, but you get the point. All right, so 99 cents is the stop loss. So that means if it makes it to 99 cents, I will sell automatically. And conveniently, it's just below just barely on the 9 EMA. But two things I will sell immediately. Either it drops below the 9 EMA or it hits the stop loss. Whatever happens first, I'm selling it. It's either or if I just say, that's it, I'm not spending more than that. That's it. That's $10. That's it. I'm done. Didn't work out. There was some high volume all the way to here, and then it stopped. I could have sold here and take the $15, whatever it was. I'm not looking for $15. If my stop loss is at 10, I want more than 20. All right, look at the large orders on the bid, but look at the ask now. The sellers, oh, look at that, and the price is not decreasing, or it did decrease. Yeah, it did. Let me look at this one here real quick. Nothing yet. Yeah, I don't like anything below $2. That's one of my strategy calls for anything above $2 or more. So this was pure outside of the strategy, and I have to recognize it. If I go outside the strategy, more likely than not, I'll lose money. I did lose money, so it's confirmed. Again, I did lose $10. I mean, the grand scheme of things, it's nothing, right? For the chance of finding out whether I could get some profits, not profits, but profits. Get it? Yeah. Small price to pay. Okay. That's it. Oh. Okay, now small size. All right, so entry is $1. Same thing. Just gonna wait until it continues to increase for me to add more. Okay. I mean, I could sell it right now and walk away with $4, right? I mean, and then I'll be negative, $12 instead of 16, but not looking just for a profit. I'm gonna repeat it again. You can make a joke out of it, but I'm looking for profits. It's too funny. That's right. Have to wait for the choo-choo train, Splinter. That's right. Choo-choo. Well, I think I'm cleaning the locomotive right now. So, yeah. I mean, some people go in with like 1,000 shares right now and just walk away with 8 times 4 or whatever that is. $32, $40 right there. But they're risking too much. It goes against them immediately, then they're done. They lose $40, But if I do it progressively, dynamically, I go in with a small size. Once the market gives me profit, I continue to add more and then add more and more. It gets to a point where I'm putting 95% of the account in there, 20-something thousand dollars worth of value. I'm gonna get some profits. Get it? Instead of $40. All right, so it's a 108. I'll get into, if it can sustain the price above 110, I'll add more. But it has barely touched 110. A split of a second in the last minute. So just, that's what it takes. Patience. There we go, 110. Now I'm gonna give it until the minute. Okay, went back to 109. You see, it didn't sustain above 110. So I'm not gonna add until I could see that it can sustain the price above 110 for a few. So there's 22 seconds left on the minute candle, and the price went back down to 109. So we'll see. I'm in no hurry. I mean, clearly, I'm waiting for the, like Splinter just said, choo-choo train. That's right. You guys know what the choo-choo train is? Huh. Okay, well, if anybody asks, I'll get to it. Better yet, just stick around. You might be able to see the choo-choo train. I'm telling you. We're going to call it, Splinter, I think we're going to need to call it the money choo-choo train. People don't know about the money choo-choo train where you can get some profits. Not profits, but profits. Big difference. The exclamation makes a big difference in life. All right, so It's sustaining the price now. It's 28 seconds left on this candle. So let's see. If it doesn't drop below 110, I'm definitely buying more. Okay, so I bought more. 107 is my entry now. So you're gonna wait now if it gets to like 125 on there, 127. If it gets to around 125, 127, I'll add more. And continue doing that until the market says, forget about it, it's over. Then I just sell, you know. But for now, no need to sell. Now my entry is 107. If it gets to 110, I'm selling because I'm walking away with something. I mean, something. I'm gonna walk away at least to buy a bag of M&M or something. I mean, a Coke, something, Diet Coke. That's what I drink, but a bottle of water, something. 110, 109, around there. I'm not gonna let it get to 107, that's for sure. I gotta make some money, something, some peanuts, but something. All right, so large orders on the ask. That means a lot of selling orders, and the price it's not declining from 112 right now. That means buyers are just taking that. And you can see it on the bid. Now actually went up. So that means strong buying. They want more, they want more, they want more. And sellers like, yeah, here, have some more. You know what? There's a lot of you guys, so I'm just gonna increase the price for you because I want to make more money. You know, I'm greedy, everybody's greedy. So I'm just gonna wait. 114, hopefully gets to about 120. You know, and take some money. Profits. That's a lot of orders on the ask. On the different circumstances, if you didn't have a lot of buying, that amount of orders will cause the price to just decline big time. Like it will go straight down to like $1 or something or more. But it's not doing that right now. Entry is 107, so the ask is at 111. 107, 108, boom, I sold 95%. I told you I was gonna at least buy a bottle of water. You know? But by selling 95%, well, was it 95% or 75%? I don't know. 95%. I gotta double check the hotkey. But anyways, by selling that 95%, I walk away with a bag of M&M. I leave 40 in there, you know, I leave 5% or whatever it is in there just to see what happens if it continues or hits the stop loss that is gonna automatically going into effect. Obviously, they don't work in pre-market, but I'm able to see that it's a 106. So if it hits 106, I'm selling the whole thing. And that's it. That allows me to minimize my losses as much as possible. If it hits 106, then fine. If it goes higher, like right now, I'm adding. And I add it. That's it. I add it. I saw the volume increase. I'm adding. And I'm going to do the same thing all over again. I'm going to get to 121. I'll add more if it gets to one, you know, like that. And that's the idea. Since I don't know what the future is going to bring, I have to act based on what I see in real time. But to be able to get profits, I need to allow this thing to move and increase my share size as it allows me. As the market tells me, hey, it's okay, go ahead, add. But the market's not telling me that right now. So I sold 95%. So I could still have 50 cents to buy a bottle of water at the vending machine. You might think I'm joking. Yeah, obviously I'm joking about it, but I think the lesson behind it is you got to pay yourself something, you know, at least a couple of pennies, but something. Don't walk away all naked, you know. Okay, I added some more right now. 212 is the entry. Let's see if it gets to 120. I mean, 112 is the entry. Did I say do 12? 112. I'm gonna let it stay. I'm gonna let it stay. See if it hits. I'm just gonna let it run until it gets to below the 90 EMA, just barely below the 90 EMA. So that will be right here, 107. So at 107, I immediately sell everything. I'm gonna leave it some room because I see that it's very choppy. So I wanna leave it enough room for it to do something. But if you see, I mean, I'm not risking a lot of money. I mean, again, it's around $200 something, $200. I mean, you see that? I mean, and that's assuming that it drops to like zero. You know, like everything is gone. Like in the next 2 seconds, this thing goes from 112, 111, the entry 112 to like zero. I mean, it's not gonna happen. But if it does, the worst could happen. If that happens, I lose $200. It's not a big deal, right? The grand scheme of things is not a big deal. I'm definitely gonna sell if it gets to the 90 EMA. But my point being is, I'm looking at the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is just $200. Now, if I were to go in with like 3,000 shares, worst case scenario happens in 2 seconds. Everything goes to zero. How much would I lose? That'd be devastating. You know, that's why I can't do that. So 112 is the entry, is the ask is a 116, 117. So it's continued to go up, even though there's high selling orders and the price maintains or goes higher, meaning there's a lot of people buying. Because if people weren't buying, the price will decrease when there is facing so many orders. You see that? 117 and 118. So gets to 120, 122, and okay, so it broke the high of the morning, the pre-market so far. It was 119, it made it to 120, and then it declined back to 110. You see that? I said if I get to 107 or just below the 90 EMA, I'm selling the whole thing. 110, should be 110. And again, that would be a tuition price paid, just, you know, a small price paid, a small fee paid to the market to see if my speculation will be correct, that it's going to continue to go up. If it was correct, then I'll make profits. If it's not correct, I paid a small fee. No big deal. It's a transaction fee, put it like that. And then I wait until the next setup. And that's it. All right, that's it. See? Total fees paid to the market for my speculative ideas about MTVA is a total of $25. Not a big deal. All right? Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Now, if all the trades, the losses are, you know, $10, $25, whatever, but then, you know, the market in one of those speculative trades, the market says, hey, Frank, here, buy some more. And the next minute candle, hey, Frank, buy some more. Hey, Frank, here, buy some more. Buy some more. Buy more, Frank. Then those profits will definitely outweigh the $35 that I spend, transaction fee to see what the market wants to give me. That's it. It's not hard. That's not hard. Is it hard? That's not hard at all. You just gotta be disciplined. Not hard. No need to complicate it. Small little fee to find out if you're right. Your speculation is right. So, all right, my third trade is, what was it? MTVA. And it was a negative $25. That's it. Almost 9 o'clock. We'll see if any more news comes up. If not, we just wait. I just wait and see if the right choo-choo train shows up. And if it's a real good choo-choo train that has one of those 2 or 3 locomotives in the front, have like 2 conductors on standby and one actively, conducting. If it's one of those real powerful choo-choo trains, they even include fireworks. Oh man, at the end it's just, it's like being in Disney at night, fireworks. Because they'll give you just lots of profits, Not just profits, but profits, Yeah. So just waiting for that. Just have to wait for the choo-choo train, It's not here yet. Hasn't shown up this morning yet. I haven't seen it this morning. Maybe they're shut down. I don't know. Poor people, man. It's unbelievable. People are working without a paycheck. But anyways, I'm digressing from trade trading. All right, almost 9 o'clock. We'll see if any news comes up at 9 o'clock. That's a lot of order size. Wow. Interesting. And that big orange line doesn't look right. Let me just decrease a little bit. Looks weird. Maybe a different color, I don't know. I have used the orange thing for so long, I don't want to change that. But smaller is better. I think I already explained like why I use that. All right, so if you notice, I didn't see any large size orders coming in on the ask. Oh, there's not huge volume momentum, so doesn't seem to be like a sudden rush of high volume and price increase. Plus, look at the trend, okay? For the past 9 minutes, this is what they believe the price to be. 20 minutes down here and 200 minutes up here. But look at the volume. But it's not based on large orders. Look, it's only 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. 24,000. Over here was 735,000. You see that? 386,000. That's volume. 424,000. This thing here now is 200,000 in total. It's not decisive, you know? I can tell because I don't see the large orders coming in now. Look at 488. There's one at 488, 55. Let me look at the INET. 488. Yeah. I'll go back down now. Yep. I don't like the top intels. Is the wick on top right there? It's not a good sign. It already happened clearly, but that just tells me for past 3 minutes there's sellers pushing the price down, meaning that there were more sellers than buyers. There were not enough buyers buying what the sellers were asking, so sellers continue to reduce the price so they can sell it, and that's what creates this line on top of the candle. When I see that, I'm not I'm not gonna throw money in there because there's a high probability, and we're gonna go back to probabilities. There's more likely than not that this thing is gonna happen right here. You see, price is decreasing. Look at 480, 479, 478. You know what happens when you buy in and the price goes down, right? You're trying to go up, you lose money, right? I mean, that's the basic, right? So why risk it? Like it's a 476 now, 475. So. All right, so let me go over the rules. First of all, I gotta make sure. I mean, apart from the speculation I did, which is still there, ATON, that's outside my strategy, so don't see it as being part of the strategy, which is fine. Let me take a look at this real quick. My strategy, the rules of my strategy are in the description of the video of the stream. You could see it in anytime you want. But I'll go over it real quick. I mean, the stock has to meet my criteria. One of them, the first one is it has to be over $2 or more of price. It has to be up for the day, at least 10% or more. At least between 5 and 10%, not so rigid. It must be 10 no matter what. I mean, it could be 9, 8, whatever. But it has to be positive for the day. Relative volume has to be at least 5 times what the average is. So, okay, so I went over the price, relative volume, the percentage increase for the day. The float is very important. And reason being is low float stocks has limited amount of shares in comparison to like a higher volume. So for example, right now I'm looking at MSGM. The volume for the day so far in pre-market has been 42 million shares, almost 43 million, 42.7 million. I mean, you are, okay, fine, you win. Rounded off, 42.8. Actually, it's 42.8 right now, million shares. But the float is 500,000 shares. That means that the available amount of shares out there is just 500,000. But there has been 42 million transactions of exchanges of shares of one individual share, which means the float has been recycled already. How many times? Divide 42 million by 500,000, or 42 divided by 5, that's how many times, or 420 divided by 5. That's how many times the volume, the shares has been already recycled through buyers and sellers, okay? When that happens, and if it forces the price to increase even more, because now there's more demand for the same share. And also that creates a squeeze. And whoever is holding shorts on this one, they have to cover no matter what, or they're going to get a margin call. And that causes even more selling. I mean, more buying, because they have to buy the stock to get rid of the shorts. And that creates the price to increase even more. So when you get that effect, you get that mainly with a small float. And that goes to the next criteria. It'd be like, Frank, yeah, but how will you know when that happens to a float? I mean, there's so many stocks. It's like the last requirement. There has to be some news about the stock that causes traders to go ahead and start buying and selling. And that creates, the demand. And that creates the buying and selling at a higher levels than the average is for the stock. and that's the price increase. So there's a higher chance of making some money in those type of stocks. So that's the criteria that I have to have. And then there are other rules on the strategy that I already covered here in the morning when I was trading, but just to go over real quick, not trading the backside of the move. And you could tell the backside of the move by just the MACD. The moment it goes negative, you know, there's going to be more selling than buying. So the price is not going to go, you know, more likely than not, it's not going to go any higher. This is all about probabilities, you know, between 0 and 100, more likely anything above 50, less likely anything below 50. So that's how I will have to look at it. And that's it. I mean, the other things are just emotional safeguards you need to ensure you stay emotionally disciplined. For example, not overtrading. If you're losing money on it, get rid of it fast. Okay, it's not gonna go higher no matter what you say to yourself. It's just not gonna happen. Okay, accept the loss as part of the opportunity to be able to trade. So you have to maintain the emotional control at all times. Okay, and be disciplined to follow the rules, and that's it. Now the strategy about buying in progressively and you know, and always selling some, so I could, you know, minimize the expenses of like the losing money aspect of it, which is an expense. It's part of business. You have to minimize that so you can maximize the profits. So basically, yeah, you're right, Splinter. You don't want, I mean, listen, and again, all these studies is just historical information. It doesn't tell you what's going to happen, but it tells you what the trend has been, and it is until the minute before. And by knowing that the MACD is negative, you know the trend is going against what you want. And if the trend has been going against what you want, why will you stay there knowing that it's gonna go not the way that you want it to go? You cannot force it. It is what it is. You just have to wait. There's nothing you could do about it. You know what I mean? So that's it. Like right now, the MACD is negative. It just means that for the past time frame indicated here, 26 minutes, 12 minutes, 9 minutes, that for the past, the ratio of buying and selling has changed, where sellers are more than what buyers are available, and that causes price to decline. That's just, I go back to the same thing all over again. Supply and demand, so important. So I barely traded today, clearly, right? There's no need to trade anything else. The right opportunity hasn't shown up. I mean, I took the speculative trade that I'm still in, the ATON, but that's beyond the strategy. That's just, I like the news and I want to see what happens at 9:30, but that's it. You know, it's just a very small amount of shares, no big deal. Call it an experiment. That's fine. Scaling into the trade. Is all you asking me, Splinter? Like buying with small amount of shares, and then based on what the market is doing, I'll continue to add, and then I'll start taking profits. I usually add about 3 to 4 times. That is the high. That's usually about the average in a good moving stock. And that's about it. I mean, I'll start taking profits at a certain point, and then just maybe allow the remaining 30% just to continue to run as long as it continues to go higher. If it doesn't, then I just sell everything immediately, and that's it, you know. But usually I do leave a percentage running just to see what happens. So, okay. So I break it down based on percentages, all right? Let's assume my initial lot. Okay, I trade only in percentages of the account buying power, right? So my first my first level of buying, depending on the price of the stock, I can tell an idea. But the first level will be like, hold on, let me open it up and I could give you the correct numbers because I don't know it off my head. Since I have hotkeys, I just press the hotkeys. I know which one goes first, Sometimes I make a mistake and I just buy some ridiculous amount of shares, but the hotkeys are the ones that tell me exactly. Let me look it up real quick. Okay, so I'll first buy 1% of the entire buying power on the account. 1%. That's it. That's the key. If it's a stock under $2, I'll buy even less. I'll buy 0.5% of the buying power. That's the initial buy that you see. Like right now, 42 shares. That's just 1%. If it continues to go higher, then I'll buy another percent and another percent. And if it continues, then I'll buy even more. But that's something that I go along with depending the opportunity presented. You know what I mean? There's going to be some opportunities where I could start with 1% buying, and every minute I'm adding more. Every 10 cents or 15 cents that it goes up, I'm adding more and more and more. That gets to a point until like 80 or 90% of the account is invested in there. But by then it's just, it's profits. You know what I mean? Because as it goes up, I'll buy more, but my stop loss continues following it. So even if it hits my stop loss, I'm still walking away with profits. Hopefully, it would be nice if the right setup shows up so I could show you that. But it's not here yet. It's not here yet. You understand that? All right, it's almost 9:30. It's 9:19. So just waiting for market to open and see if any new opportunity comes up. The ATON, if when the market opens within 5 minutes, doesn't really make any good changes, or if it makes a negative change, I'm just gonna get rid of it. Bad speculation. Maybe the news wasn't worth it, which just confirms what I was thinking. But even then, it's just a small amount. Nothing to write home about. You know what I mean? GIFI. That thing opened up wow, 8:45, 11. Wow. Well, there's no volume to it. How do you buy then, Splinter? How do you buy? You just have a set amount that you just buy into? How much risk? I mean, how much? Okay, so let's say you have $1,000 in your account. How much of it do you just buy into a stock? If you don't mind me asking. All right, 8 minutes and counting. You mean like one share? Is that what you're saying? I guess I was asking, like, of the account value, how much of it are you exposing to for your first trade? Because you buying the same amount of shares over every time you buy in, you buy the same amount of shares, right? So the entry goes higher. That's because you're buying either more amount of shares than the initial buy, or you are buying more shares than your initial one. That causes the average to go up. But if you buy less shares of what your initial one is, your average stays low. That's a trick. For example, I buy percentages, right? So if my initial one is 1%, okay, of what is available for me to buy, the second time I press 1% again, it's going to be less shares because I already have money invested. You understand? So it's not available. And every time I press 1%, 1%, 1%, I'm going to continue buying, but I'm buying less shares than before. So let's say the first 1% is 90 shares. The second one will be like 88 shares. The next one will be 86 shares and 84 and 83, and continue adding up like that. The average stays low, doesn't increase by a lot. That's why I do percentages. ORGO. Okay. That's a good spike. Let me look at it. What's the catalyst? Looking for the news. I don't like the float. So that right there is, I'm out. I'm not even gonna consider it. Maybe. Let me look at the news first. But no, it's just a quarterly report. They did great. Okay, good for them. That's it. But the float is too large. More likely than not, it's not gonna squeeze up. It's just gonna be on life support. Maybe it does, but more likely not. Yeah, if you do it by percentages of the total available buying power, as you buy, that buying power decreases. Although using a percentages, the total number of shares being able to buy As you buy more, it decreases. And by buying less shares, although the total amount of shares increases, by buying less, it minimizes the average price to go way too high. Now, if I were to buy 1% first, and then I go ahead and buy 90%, my entry is going to be just exactly what I'm buying, because it's just the number of shares outweighs even the initial one. That's what causes the average to change. But if you do the same percentage ratio over and over and over, the average will increase, but not a lot, because the amount of shares is less. The total amount increases, but every time you buy in, you're buying less shares, because you're just using a percentage of what's available, and what's available decreases as you keep using it in buying. Now, 1%, until you become confident and able to do it. But that could change to just say, I'm going to do 10% every time, or 5% every time. The buying power. All right, buying power, think about it, takes into account leverage too. So that's a big thing, right? Because it can cost you money. Yeah, no problem. You're welcome. But yeah, that's how I do it, percentages. So I have one key that is, let me look it up real quick. Like I said, it's like 0.5% just for any stock that is under $2 or $1, under $1, because I don't want to buy a lot of them. But most of the time, I usually start with 2% or 4% of the account, but usually just 2%. Today I just used 1%, but usually it's just 2%. And then take it from there. All right, it's 9:30. It's party time. Or maybe just observing time. All right, let me look at ORGO. I just don't like the float. Okay. MSGM right here. Small amount. 474 is the entry. All right. If it hits the stop loss, that means I was wrong. I got in at the wrong time. ATON, I'm gonna sell it. I don't see any movement on it. It's weird because the news is so good. But I'll leave it a few minutes. Look, it's increasing now. All right. Let me leave it on. Okay. Small size. I don't like the topping tails there, so I'm out. TMCI. No volume. Indecisive. All right, just waiting. Nothing going on, so. Right here, small size. Nope. There's nothing. Oh, BKYE. Let me see BKYE. BKYE. BKYI, not E. BKYI. Okay. Earning expansions and the rise of new efficiency economy. No clue what that is, but okay. It's moving good. The float is good. Everything else checks out. Large size orders on the ask. Price is not declining. Okay, I'm in. Took a small size. I'm gonna give it 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Didn't work. Didn't work. It didn't work. Not gonna fight it. I'm just gonna wait until the right moment. I mean, there's no need to start trading indiscriminately. All right, it's nothing. Just wait, see if anything comes up. The biggest thing about trading, day trading, is that sitting on your hands, do nothing. Because believe it or not, I mean, not doing anything, you're saving money. Look, if I were to trade nonstop, every minute, whatever, every transaction, every time I buy, every time I sell, I'm paying commission. I'm paying commission. Sorry about that. My microphone thing got disconnected again. I'm paying commission. I'm paying electronic transaction fees from the market. It's stupid. It's just a waste of freaking money to be trading when the opportunity is not there. I'll just be losing money. Just entering a trade, whether I lose or win, it doesn't matter. Regardless, I'm paying fees every time. That should discourage me from trading without a good basis of high probability of winning. I mean, think about it, right? It's like getting in your car and driving around in circles for hours and hours, wasting your gas, knowing that you're not going to get anywhere. You're just driving in circles, right? You're wasting gas. That's stupid. Unless you want to waste gas for no reason, then you do it. Let me go back to BKYE again. Okay. Okay, now, small size. High of the morning is high of day is 108. So 104 now. Entry is 105. It's not moving by a lot though. That's a lot of orders. All right, that's not working, so I'm out. PSIX. Oh no. I mean, it doesn't meet my criteria, right? I mean, it's not high of the. It's negative 39% for the day. I mean, this would be like a pure speculation for me to trade this thing. I wonder what caused the price decline. I haven't seen the news on this one. Splinter, by the way, did you see the greatest comeback of all times yesterday with the MCT? That thing came back. I didn't even take that into. I was like, wow, what happened here? I think you were gone by then, but yeah, it came all back around and plus. Have you traded anything this morning, or are you sitting on your hands for now? Oh, talking about MTC. Oh, he's back in action. Let me go to MTC. Oh wow. Oh, MTC, you're back. You're back, MTC. Yeah, look at that comeback yesterday. Woof. Yeah, I got hold. All right, let me go to BKYI for now. Although it's a lot of volume, but and look at the amount of shares. I bought in just 1%. Look, 200 shares. No biggie. Although I'm out. This is not gonna be a good example. Maybe another one. It's too shopping. It's just not. It's not yet decisive yet. And I'm not gonna be trading and wasting fees in commission and electronic transactions or whatever from the marketplace, just because this thing is just too choppy, too undecided to go up or down. You know. So I'm not gonna bother. Let me look at THAR. Thar. Well, volume is not there yet. I'm going to the daily. Oh, yeah. Okay, let me buy a small size. All right, so I bought a small size. Look, it's just 43 shares, right? And I got stopped out. Okay. Let me buy it again real quick. I'll show you something. Wait, hold on. I have to make sure that I see the volume. No. Okay. So I bought in right now. You see, it's 43. Just 43 shares. Okay. If I buy again, the same percentage, it's gonna be like 41 shares or something like that. You look. Wait, no, not yet. No. Limit up is a 529. So now, I sold everything. It's about to get halted. All right. So if you notice, the first time I bought was, I took $8, whatever. The first time I bought was 43 shares. The second time was 40 shares. Same same percentage, but because there was less money available because I was already in the trade, it bought me less amount of shares. So it didn't change the average price much. And that's the idea. Okay, so limit up is 538 now. So I'll buy a small size again. Okay, hit my stop loss, that's fine. Small price. Okay, buying in small size again. 510 is the entry. Limit up is a 538. The volume definitely over 1 million now. All right, hit my stop loss again. My stop loss is very close, which is fine. It's like 2%. I'm okay with that. Okay, I bought in real quick. 504, it went back down to 5. So 502, back to 5, 504, 508. Okay, so I'm gonna wait, see if he makes it. The limit up is at 544 now. So I'm not buying in anymore until it makes it to at least 514, 515 or greater. And that I can see that it sustains that price. Now, sometimes what I do is, okay, I'm out. Sometimes what I do is if I see a powerful move to the upside, okay, let me buy in real quick. What I would do is then I'll buy larger size with my fingers on the hotkey to sell, of course, because the moment it just changes, I'm out. All right, I got sold out. It's below the 9 EMA, so I'm not trading that. Even if the volume increases, I have to wait. Because that's the trend. Can I go around against the trend? It'll be my last trade on it. Well, actually, I'm not gonna even trade it. I'm just gonna wait and see if something else better comes out. That's it. It's 20 bucks I lost on this one too, so. Enough is enough. Until the choo-choo train shows up. No need to be persistent when it's not giving you profits. THAR. That was negative 21 bucks. MTVA, I took that. MSGM, I have it there. What's the other one? Oh, BK. BKYI. That was negative 20 bucks. All right. Enough. Keeping track of all that so I could do my homework later and see if I can improve even that. I know how to improve that. Simple. Don't trade it. So the speculation of ATON, it's changing little by little, I guess. We'll find out. I like the float on this one. If this thing squeezes, short squeeze would be nice. Look at the volume. Look at the ask. I'm looking at the ask. I'm looking at the ask. I'm in. What did I press? I pressed the wrong thing. Oh, no, 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 no. I pressed... How many shares is that? 400? 400? Why is it 400? No. Wait a second. How many shares is that? 411? Oh, that's larger than the first. I pressed 6 instead of 3. Times 4 is 17. Yeah, $1,700. Oh, stupid. Another freaking mistake. But luckily it's working out for now. All right, so it's 417, 427. If he makes it to around 430, mid 430s, all that. Just playing it by ear, looking at it. I saw the decline, so I sold so I can ensure that I could buy a bag of M&Ms or something. Or at least I don't get depleted more. So I was able to get $12 out of it, which is fine. So ATON is moving up. It came up in the radar now. So maybe the speculation will work out. We'll see. I mean, the news is not bad. So I think as it gets into positive territory, then it will start blinking even more on scanners. And traders will become more aware, and then maybe, who knows, they'll start trading it more. Let me put this book away. Well, just wait and see if the great opportunity shows up. Okay, I like this volume here. But no, it's below the 90 MA. What was I doing? I didn't even look. Can't do it. It's below the trend. MTC, I'm telling you, is back in action. Let me go take a look. MTC. Ooh, yes, sirree. Although there's no news for today. This is this is just who knows? Just like yesterday, like there was no news. But it was moving. No clue why. So when that happens, I just have to be very cognizant of it and be very extremely cautious. But I don't see the choo-choo train. Where's the Lacoma? I can't even pronounce it now. I was thinking about it. I can't even pronounce it. DTCK. Let's look at DTCK. See what's going on with DTCK. DTCK. Nothing going on. 18's kicking butt again. What? He's moving up. Little by little. DTCK. I thought I traded this the other day. I think it's down for the day. Let me move this down because I can't see the other trades. Okay. All right, Thorn. Let's look for 93, 92, 90, 90. It went to like 487, back up. Okay, for 99. Oof, wiped out. MSGM. So limit up is at 544. Entries 497. Let me see what's the news on this thing. November 6th, that's yesterday. Oh, the private placement. Yeah, it's no news today. That's my mistake for even trying. Nice. Let's see. What was the news on this thing again? I think it's old news. Oh, it's the earnings from yesterday. Okay. Yeah. I don't like the price. I know I bought it earlier, but I just don't like the price. What is moving though? Yeah. Small shares. Way too choppy. Oh, the pullback immediately. That's it. Didn't work out. Wait. Nope. Nope. Massive orders on both sides. No. All right. Limit up is at 135. Add more. Okay, I saw it was declining. All right. That wasn't it. Almost, but no. Not enough power. Okay, here. Oh, damn. That's it. That was quick. I sold fast. But it declined even more. All right. That was a risky move there. That was a risky move. Wait until it gets to the 9 EMA here. Wait. Oh, so MACD is about to go negative, so I'm not gonna take that risk. But it was almost. It's choo-choo train material, but no, not enough. No. It is over. No. No. Wait. No. I think it's forming up. Let me get rid of ATON. That didn't work out. It's not moving much. And it's just occupying, using capital for nothing. Just a bad speculation, but hey, that's fine. I knew that from the start. Have to wait until it gets positive. Positive trend. Need the positive trend and powerful move. Neither that I'm seeing now. Neither which I'm seeing now. So wait a second. Wait, it's changing a little bit. It's changing a little bit. Almost. Kaboom. Let's see if he follows through. I know it's just below the 90 EMA, but that's fine. Okay. Come on, follow through. On 18, 19, back to 18. On 18. All right, undecided, so I'm out. Oh well. Now you want to do it? Now? And 22. Let's see if he makes it to 127. Limit up is a 132. Ask is a 121. We'll see. 123. 24. Back to 23. Bam. What a flush. Let me go to UMAC. UMAC. Oh, it's negative for the day. So that's one of the criteria, right? For the stock. It needs to be positive for the day. This thing is negative. I like the flow. I mean, the flow is kind of high for what I want. That's why it's barely moving. Okay. 119. No. Almost. I saw the volume and the price increase, but it didn't follow through. Okay, now let's see. 118 back to 117. Oh crap, I couldn't sell. Come on. All right, out. Hey, you didn't sell me? What happened to my stop loss? Oh, no, 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 no. Cannot allow that. Somehow my stop loss disappeared. All right. So 118. It's increasing now. Limit up is on 132. $21, $120. $25. Limit up is 134. $134 is limit up. The high of the day is 130. So I think the prudent thing is to sell a good majority soon. All right, it's refusing to climb up. So I sold 90%. All right. Yeah, it didn't follow through higher than 120, 123, I think it was. 125. So I sold. It's just too choppy. Not enough power. It's running on fumes. Okay, got in at 121 again. All right, out. All right. Let me just wait and see. All right. Looks like a choo-choo train forming. All right, let me take some off. Okay, pause some more. All right, that didn't work out. Here. Looks like it's forming. I'm just waiting. All right, pull back. All right. Possible squeeze. We'll see. And add some more. limit up is 142, but the high of the day is 134. This is critical step right here. If it climbs higher than that, let's see. Okay, I saw 90%. It didn't climb higher. I'll let the rest work a little bit. If it climbs higher, then I'll buy more, but it didn't so far. High of the day is 134. So I'm gonna see if it breaks it. It did not, so out. Maybe no, we'll see. It's pulling back. Almost a choo-choo train. That was more like a subway train, subway train. It was electric. Okay, now I'm in 132. Let's see if it breaks. We're going for the break. Yes. It broke for a split of a second. No. It sure did now. Okay, let's see if it gets to the 140s. Limit up is a 145. All right, I'm out. Yeah, let it pull back. Okay. Okay, squeeze up. 137. Okay, a little more. See if it squeezes up above 138. All right, I sold 15, 90%. It wasn't pushing. Okay, I'm in 136. 37. I'm 35. Just waiting to see if it squeezes up. I'm about to hit the stop loss. It's unless it squeezes out. It doesn't look like it. I'm just gonna sell it. I sold it. I'll wait. If it hits my stop loss, it would have been like 50 bucks, 50 something. So I said it before that and that's it. Okay, I'm in. 138. Looking for a squeeze up. We'll see. When 138 is the highest, so I'm just waiting for the squeeze higher than that. One 136, 137. And 35. 6. Oh, it's about to hit my stop loss. Not squeezing up. Keeps bouncing back and forth. Yep. That's it. I was looking for the squeeze, but no, didn't happen. So. Ooh, that's a flush. Hold on, let me try something here. This is not the norm. Oh, helicopter is down. I know. Yeah, the last one was a monorail, monorail subway train. I was thinking, well, yeah, monorail, same thing. Did you try anything today or no? Plastic. Yeah, you can't write those. Sometimes you get bamboozled, you know? You get confused, you're not sure. They have them human size, regular size plastic. Sometimes you think you're in the regular train yard, but you're at the museum. They don't move. I think it's done. Damn, wow. Bam. Yikes. I'm gonna do something very uncalled for. Right here. Something unconventional. Yeah, cool. I mean, you try it out. If it works for you, that's great. You implement it, you know? I think I traded way too many times today already. Well, I said this one didn't meet my criteria. It's less than $2 per share. So I already knew that there's a high probability I was going to lose getting into it. I still did it, but I knew that. Let me come over here real quick. Let me look at the volume. I'm in. So you're looking for a consecutive green candle. How do you know? You just wait until the second, third candle and then find out? Isn't it too, like kind of too late by then? Is it like a seconds time frame? I mean, But remember, you're not trading the train, you jumping on the train. You're not swapping one train for another one. No. You jumping on the train. You want to make sure it's the right train, full of fuel, locomotive, working good, couple of conductors in there to make sure, chief change between, candles. That's what you want, right? So you just wait for one green candle and then like a massive green candle. That's what you're talking about? Like right now with MSGM. Well, you can't see my 10-second chart from there, but I have a 10-second chart that tells me I can see the pullbacks in the level 2 in real time. It's the closest thing to the level 2 because of the because of the time, the 10 seconds, Cool. I mean, just try it out. Whatever works for you. If you see profits at the end of the month, then it's something worth keeping. You just have to test it out every day, All right, so limit up is at 437 and the high of the day is 486 and we are at 372. So there's some room for this thing to move if it does decide to move. DTCK. Okay. But right now I'm in this trade, so I'm ignoring the other one for now. Okay, 372, 73, back to 72. I'm reading your message. Just seems like I'm waiting to give me a red or green light to trade and keep me out of bad stuff. I can. Okay. One day you trade it, just record the screen and send me an email with a video so I can see how you're doing it. Just if you want, just to see that strategy at work. All right. All right, let's see if this thing spikes up. It's coming on the scanners now. We'll see. See if it makes it to around 380, 390, 380. Yeah, man. You go to my channel. You just go to my website. My email is in there. Just send me an email with the video so I could look at it. I don't know if you like. I mean, I don't mind looking at the video and see maybe something like, or maybe, you know, give you some pointers, or if you want. I mean, I don't have an issue. I have plenty of time. Not really, but yeah. No, you're welcome. But I'm telling you, like, every strategy is very individualized to a person, and what works for you might not work for me. What works for me might not work for others, or, you know, because again, like, we all have our own personal biases or whatever, so that influences how you do things, you know. You have to, like, be able to recognize that. If you're a person with a high tolerance for risk, you know, you might trade a lot different than somebody who would not be. Okay, so this thing just went negative on me. I'm about to sell the whole thing. I saw the price increasing again, so only reason I held it for a second, but it didn't get to squeeze like I wanted to, like I thought it would be. The volume just dramatically changed. So yeah, that's a problem. You have to have, for this, you need then you have to follow your rules no matter what. If you have a high tolerance for risk, that means you like gambling. And that means that you enjoy gambling, and you really have to adhere to your rules then, no matter what. All right, when this thing is going sideways, I'm not making money. So I'm gonna cut my losses and move on from this thing, because it's just not working out. Yeah, you have to you gotta be very careful if you have a high tolerance for risk, and that'll be a problem. So you have to really just follow the rules, you know, especially cutting your losses immediately. Like I just did, like I cut that one off. If I would have let it, it would have gone all the way down here, 362, 3 cents. That would have been another $30. So it is what it is. Yeah, the pain comes from the financial losses, and those financial losses is what I'm saying. Like in the other video, is like day trading university. You pay tuition; it will teach you. Your mind will be molded into what the market requires. It's gonna take a long time and a lot of tuition, pay tuition, but that's basically how it works. Um, Especially if you have a high tolerance for risk. Like some people are afraid of losing capital, so they'll cut that thing off immediately and they won't take big risk. I think I'm like in the middle. Not high risk, but not, no risk either. I mean, I'm somewhere in the middle, I think. I don't know about that. I don't really agree too much with that. I think actually, if anything, most of the firms, the big trading firms, proprietary firms, that they trade their own money, they only hire intellectuals. I mean, they're one of the leading firms that has had high returns years over years. The only thing they hire is PhD people, and it's just, so I don't think it's so much that. I think it's just the strict rules to follow, and that's it. And minimize the losses as much as possible. Impatient for sure, but today should have been a no trade day for me. I mean, there's nothing good. I mean, I said it over and over. There hasn't been any choo-choo trains. It hasn't been anything good. I've been waiting. Nothing good has come out. I traded these things probably out of boredom almost, because if you look at every other trade, you go back in the video and you see it, like I said, it's like there's really nothing good. The ones that I like, I haven't seen anything, I haven't really seen anything. I should have just minimized this and not trade these things, but I did. Whatever. It is what it is. But there isn't anything worthwhile this morning. Let me see this thing. This thing's spiking up a little bit. Again, not enough, not fast enough the way I need it to be, You still vacuum up what keys off the floor every now and then? I'm 10 keyboards deep. Oh. Yeah, I get it. 10 keyboard. You keep banging the head against the keyboard. You follow was it Cameron Ross Cameron? I don't know his name. I think this thing is squeezing up now. Do you follow is it Ross Cameron Ross? I don't know. I think I'm getting it backwards. Okay, so it's moving a little bit. If it makes it to 381, I'm buying more. Okay, I just added more. My entry is 376 now, the averaging, right? Ask is at 381. And I have to sell at least some so I can buy a bag of M&Ms or bottle of water before it declines further. Okay, so I sold some. Okay. Now I just wait, see if it continues to spike up. It looks like it is. I bought more. Okay, now I'm just waiting. 379, 381 is the ask. 379 is my entry. Okay, so 90 real quick. Just to make sure I take, buy that bag of M&M. Yeah. So last month I tried his, you could pay for the scanners that he uses, right? And I was having some issue with trade. I have had Trade Ideas. I've been paying Trade Ideas for years since they came out. And I was having some issues with it recently, and I'm like, let me give a chance. Ross, you could pay for the scanners he uses every month. So last month I decided to just give it a try, and I've been using that instead of Trade Ideas, although I still have Trade Ideas, just to try it out. And it's not bad, actually. The scanners are not bad. I think it's configured in a good way. If you trade similar to him or any other person that does scalping, the scanners are not bad at all. A little more expensive than Trade Ideas, but I think it's probably worth it. I don't know. I don't know the guy, and I'm not paid for even saying this. I'm just giving you my opinion of, I've tried it out for about a month now, almost 2, and it's not bad. He just sent a message because in the system, although I'm not subscribed to him in the sense of like I see what he does, and I don't know what he does because I only pay for the scanners. So just to try it out. I'm telling you, it's been about a month I tried it out. But somehow, like, I don't know, I just saw like a message that popped up in the system saying no trades for Ross. And it makes sense because the same way I didn't see anything. And I said earlier, it's like, I don't see anything worth a while to trade. You look in the website and you'll be able to see that you could pay for the scanners. I think it's like $190 a month, but I think it's worth it because it's pretty actually good in the sense that it doesn't really, depending on your internet or whatever. I mean, the latency is very, very minimum. So it's pretty good. And Trade Ideas lately has been like, I have had issues with the volume, the system making the sound whenever something's moving. But in this guy's scanners, they're not bad at all. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll review the videos. I haven't really loaded any videos. I just been doing the live stream. That's it. Like, my time is so limited. I mean, like, I do so many things. Like, this is not, anyways, my life is kind of like very busy. I haven't really had the time to break down the videos, and I do have to. I appreciate the comment on it. but I'm gonna make it a goal to start posting more frequent. I just been doing the live stream. But I do need to step up on the uploading videos to see if we grow the community more. Okay, let me buy in right here. 380. The volume is coming in, but not too fast. Okay, that's not good. One of the main reasons I pay for his I pay for the scanners just to look at it. The other way I always done it, because I use interactive brokers, mainly interactive brokers through DAS, but I was having difficulties trying to find the 10-second chart, and I don't use any other softwares. It's just Trade Ideas, DAS Trader, or an interactive brokers. Interactive brokers has a 30-second chart, but not a 10-second chart. And I've been wanting to get a 10-second chart for a while. I didn't want to get any other type of system that provided. I think TradeView or something like that has it, but I didn't want to pay for something just for a chart that didn't provide like the scanners too, and the same way that Trade Idea does. Trade Ideas doesn't have any charts when it comes to like 10 seconds. 10-second chart helps because it's pretty much the level 2, right? It's exactly level 2 information in 10-second increments. Anyways, so I gave it a try with his system just to see how the 10-second chart worked out, because you get the scanners with the chart, so you're able to see the 10-second chart, and that's basically what I have here. That's what I use with my level 2 combined. It does help a lot. I for years I've been using 30-second chart just to see the level 2 information in real time as it moves, but it was hard to find anything closer to 10-second. Even 15-second will probably help, but I just couldn't find anyone that provided that. And no speed issues whatsoever. I have used interactive brokers for many years. I have Schwab too, but when it comes to day trading aspect of it, interactive brokers is mainly. Even IRA, even in retirement accounts with them. So it's actually pretty good. It helps with level 2. I think dramatically. It's basically almost a level 2. It's just 10-second increments, so you can see it in real time. It's funny because as the order sizes changes here on the first line, you could see it in the 10-second chart, how it decreases or increases based on that. ORGO. I don't like the flow. I said earlier too. I don't like this flow. This thing's gonna go nowhere. Yeah, complete waste. It's incredible how many shares this thing has transacted today. 356 million. Let's see if the choo-choo train appears. Choo-choo. No, no choo-choo. I think it's warming up the engine. Nothing. Okay. All right, show me the squeeze. Or the decline, one of them two. Okay, I'm out. Doof. It looks like it wants to squeeze up, but I think it's only a matter of time because so many shares have been transacted and the float is only 5.6 million. This thing has gone through 358 million. There has to be a squeeze somewhere. All right. Let me see if this one's gonna make history today again. See if it's gonna make history like yesterday. Oh shoot. Ooh. And BKYI is squeezing now. Not a lot, just 5 cents. Okay, 286 is my entry. $285, $284, $82. Okay, so 285, entry is 286. Oh, it's at 286, 287. Relative volume is too low. Doesn't meet the criteria. Low float is fine, a little bit high, but the volume for the day is minimum. So I have to be very careful here. Extremely careful here. The high of the day is $3. Limit up is at 344. It barely touched 295 right now. My entry is at 286. I'm just gonna wait for the breakup above 3. See if it happens. It's 294, back to 292, 294, 95. Back to 291. Let's see if we can see the break. Buy some more. Okay, almost. 298. Yes. We'll keep going. Now it's coming up in the scanner. I'm gonna add some more. I'm gonna wait. See if it hits 310. All right, I sold 90%. I sold everything. It started declining. I was like, I'm out. All right, here I bought in some more. I'll do it again like that. Just we got flush. I'll buy some other flush. All right, sold 90%. Yeah. All right, let's go for the squeeze. 301 is my entry. 308. All right, just hit the 9 EMA. I'm gonna have to sell. It's only 10 cents away, but the trend is not in my favor right now. Okay, 298, 299. Possible squeeze. Let's see. It's 304. 305. Oh, 09. See if it makes it to 320. 318, 319. I'll take some. It got me feel like almost nothing. Wow. This is horrible. It got me feel like on the bottom. All right, let's see if it squeezes up. $23. Limit up is at 373. 330 is the highest. Let's see if we could break that. What a jackknife, huh? All right, you could do this. You could do it. So it barely touched. It touched 334, I believe. That's the highest. 382 is the limit up. Take some profit here and just wait. was a good buying opportunity there. Let's see if it breaks 334. All right, add some more. Made it to 339. $335. 4. All right, took 90%. So see if there's a pullback. I'll buy more. For now, I just leave those 198 shares. All right. $333. I gotta take this call. I'll be right back. So this, what I just did here violates my rules, of course. You know, buying below the trend. Not supposed to do that. I did it intentionally for a reason. I wanted to test something out that I've been having some thoughts over. Similar to buying a powerful dip, you know, buying the dip. Anyways, I was just testing it out. Shouldn't be trading here. This is the back side of the move. Okay. The MACD went negative after I sold. You know, I bought in and then it started declining and I sold. Had it continued, of course, I would have not sold. I would have just continued piling up more. But it did sell. So I just took away, you know, 152. This thing here I did here, I was testing this theory I've been working on about the violent, whenever there's a violent pullback, buying on the bottom of it, and if it rises up to 50% level of the pullback, there's a good probability it's going to continue going higher. So that's why I did it. I was just testing it out to see. I look at all these candles as one. So from 332 to about 306. So that's about 26 cents. So half of 26 cents, 13 cents. 13 cents from $3.06 is $3.19. Look, it made it to 50%. So it's climbing back up. That's a theory I've been working on for a long time. So I try to test it out here and there with small amount, of course. And, you know, so far, out of most of the time I do it, it has worked. I would say majority of the time, depending on the size I do and all that. But anyways, that's why I did it. I know it's against my rules, so. Okay. Seems like another violent pullback. Not really. Not really. Get some water here. Let me see if there's gonna be another squeeze. I hope. Let's see. We'll find out. We'll see. I'll go ahead and buy a little bit more. $339 is the highest, so it'll be a push. We'll find out. All right, I sold 90% and was flushing back, so protecting the capital. So. Just wait a little longer and see. All right. So entry is 327. Adding a little bit more. Before okay, I sold some. And let it pull back for a second. It's a healthy pullback. It's okay. It's supposed to. Okay, I'm in. 41. 44. 42. 43. I'm out. Solid pullback there. So let's see if there's another squeeze up. We'll see. No, straight flush. Keep flushing, keep flushing. Flush, 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 flush. Keep flushing. Come on. I'll testing the theory again about the violent pullback. All right, done. I gotta fix something hotkey. I just noticed. Whenever I sell an amount less than the total shares that I'm invested in, it puts a stop loss that is very, very close. So it gets triggered immediately almost, or, it doesn't allow it for the stock to move when it's supposed to move, So I have to change that. Yeah, that's what it was. It's only at 1%. All right, I think it's fixed for now. Let me save it. All right, I mean, that was a quick little trade. Couple of few trades there. Let me see if squeezes up again in a few. Right. This thing had the possibility of going even higher, but it just didn't. Not enough power, not enough buyers. A lot of buyers, just not enough to continue. Okay, I'm in 322. Yeah. That was a quick pullback, huh? Quick reversal on me. $317, 16. All right. So she wrote. Didn't trigger my stop loss. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. It took me out. That's all right. It's a good thing about stop loss. Yeah, the super backside, for sure. Nice flush. I think they're playing poker, huh? All right. Cannot trade the backside, that's for sure. So just have to wait and see if there's going to be another squeeze. If there's another squeeze, then maybe we could take some more Benjamins away. You know, I mean, for not being, there hasn't really been any good trades. This one here, it was pure blood money. There's really nothing. It was just pennies too. That's why I had to use bigger size, because it was just nothing good. Yeah, definitely the backside. Might be changing soon. We'll see. We're about to see. If it gets to about $3.15, 16 cents, around there, maybe it will start changing. We'll see. It's 303. So yeah, I mean, traded pretty much the upside. This thing was the testing thing of the theory been having in my head for many months regarding a violent pullback, and it did work out. It went back up because, I mean, it did go higher than 50%, and that's when I bought it even a little bit more. But that's not the strategy. This not the strategy. As a matter of fact, if it drops below the 90 MA, I must sell. I don't want to go against the trend, the recent trend. So we'll see if anything else comes up. For now, I'm just an observer. I should have not traded the other things. I mean, this thing here, BKYI, I traded a larger size than I should have done. I broke my rule in that sense, because there were times there that I bought in initially like with a larger size instead of the initial step up. I think I did it because the price is so low. I was trying to push whatever I could get out of whatever pennies it was moving. But it didn't go my way, and it was costly. But look on the bright side. I only traded the upside. You know, there are a couple of minor things here, thinking that was going to reverse, but that's a huge mistake. Should have not done that. But mainly it was the upside. Maybe it changes to the upside now. But no, let me go back to MTC real quick. Let me. Okay, I went in real quick. 308 entry. All right, sold 90%. If it drops below 90 MA, I'm selling the whole thing. Okay, I'm in bigger size. 311. Let's see what happens at 310 with a large order. All right, it took me out. The 310 order is still there. Right here, I'm in 305. All right. I'll see 309, I think. The 310. What's the limit up? Limit up is 365. And the high of the day is 348, which is before the limit up. It'll be nice to hold it until, see if it breaks 348. So my entry is 305. Well, now it's at 311, 310. Price is at 309, 308. Seven. 310 on the ask. All right, so my entry is 305. If it makes it to about, I'll say 315, 320, and sustains that level for at least one, half a minute or something, then I might feel a little more confident about adding more to it. But it's moving slow right now. It looks like it's picking up, but still slow for what I like. Noting that the float is kind of high. Now, is it hard to borrow? Let me see. Okay. So let's see if there's another squeeze up higher. So for now, I just wait in the trade. Right, 306, 307. That's the bid and the ask. 305. Okay, back to 05. I should sell at least half of it or 90% right now because it's at the 90 EMA. So don't want to hold while it goes against the trend, right? Isn't that the rule? That's the rule. So problem is my entry is like right on it. It's 305. It's at 306 now. I have to take a break and go get something to eat in a little bit. Been here since 5. 5 in the morning. 7 hours. I usually don't eat in the morning. Sometimes I do. We'll see. That's what happens when you go against the trend. It's only 3 cents too, though. It's the amount of shares, size. I'm gonna give it a few more seconds. Well, that's too many seconds. Did I just buy below the trend? Not good. Another rule violation. Hold it against me. Studio 1 is my entry. Price is 3 on the ask, 299. Below, and the MACD just started going negative. So the only thing to do here is to sell. That's what the rule requires. So what do? We do exactly what the rule says, and that is, well, stop loss got me, so exactly that, sell. All right, just gonna wait until see if there's another squeeze, another opportunity comes up. If not, then we're done. What do you mean turn the page? What's going on next week? Good. Like a master sniper. Oh, hopefully you don't get hurt with a recoil from the sniper rifle. Man, those things will kill your shoulder. But I hope the best, man. Oh, here's a squeeze. No way. No way. Oh, here, I'm in. Let's go. Squeeze it up. That's right. Squeeze it up. I'm gonna try to talk less on this one because I need to concentrate and make sure I hit the right hotkeys and I sell when I need to sell and I'm not eating crap. Not the 50 caliber yet. Okay, that's good. Man, I'll feel bad for your shoulder. All right, here we go. I'm gonna step it up a little bit more. If squeezes up a little bit more, entries are 278. So now I'm gonna go ahead and show off now. So 92, 91, 92. '93, '91, '92. Right, that's 2 candles back to back. I sold. That's 2 red candles in the 10-second thing back to back. I'm gonna wait until if there's a pullback. If not, then I'll jump back in. There's 3 10-second red candle. That's enough. All right, here I'm in 292. I'm gonna give it 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm out. It didn't go anywhere. It wasn't moving. Too many shares for it not to be moving. It needs to move. And there's a little pullback. Awesome, Splinter Man. Let me know how it goes next week. Be careful with a sniper rifle. Can be dangerous for your shoulder. I'm gonna wait here a little longer and see if this thing squeezes up. I might make a recap video, and if it squeezes up, or otherwise I might just do it. You're right, I need to spend more time on doing it. And you're welcome. I just try to give you my pointers, and hopefully it helps you going forward. Yeah, sure. Just my email's on the website, so uh, you know. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, man, whenever you want, it's all good. Just gonna wait here a little longer and see if there's a good squeeze up. It was definitely not a good trading day today. There was no good setup. I said it from the start. There was nothing good to trade today at all. I did this. I should have just be more disciplined and not trade anything. And that's what I'm talking about, like having, the right setup. Have a great weekend. See you next week. Take care. Oh, there it is. Boom, there it is. There you go. Here we go. 292. There you go. 95. You could do this. You could squeeze all the way through 348. That's funny. The limit up is 348. The highest level is 348. Ooh. That would be bombastic. All right, 293. And that's a no-go.